ऐसे भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की जय विष्णुपाद प्रभंस प्रवाचार्य स्तोत्र श्री श्रीमद दिवान के भक्तिदास सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की रामाचार्य श्रीला हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से को श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत श्री वसादी गौर भक्तवृंद की जय राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की नागपुर धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की मथुरा धाम की अयोध्या धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की स्वामी भक्तवृंद की हरिनाम संकीर्तन की और प्रेमानंदे all boys to somebody body all boys to somebody body all boys to somebody body all boys to Shri Guru Maharaj ji ki
Krishna. We from Bhaktivedanta Manor would like to welcome everyone to today's morning program. So today is the 10th of August 2022, and this morning Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by Yadavendra Prabhu. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakta Mohan. Also, we would like to wish a farewell to our dear Sagar Prabhu, who's doing the Veda course with us. And we'll be leaving now, and we hope you had an amazing stay with us. And thank you so much for your association and your services. And we hope to welcome you soon again. As well, we got at 9:15, we got the Vaishnava Bhajans in the temple room. If you'd like to join or if you have any questions, you can just approach Govinda Prabhu. So let's continue from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita. In a letter to Sattvarup on the 20th September 1968, Srila Prabhupada writes, "Our relationship is eternal, but if somebody lags behind, so in spite of our eternal relationship, one may not meet others at the destination. Just like a flock of birds, although very intimately related, every one of them has to fly in the sky by individual strength. If one is less strong, the other cannot keep him in the sky. That is the law of nature. So long every one of us is strong in Krishna consciousness, there is no doubt you can fly in the spiritual sky and meet together without failure. Therefore, individual strength is achieved in the association of devotees also, so you can make your own judgment." Srila Prabhupada ki, Tulsi Maharani ki, Shrilingaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasacha, Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Sattvatai Namo Namah. Shrilingaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasacha, Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Sattvatai Namo Namah. Shri Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasacha, Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Sattvatai Namo Namah. Shrimati Tulsi Maharani ki.
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desired trees and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishnuna Amanena Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
I ate 3 oranges. One upstairs ate 3 oranges. That's a journey. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman
Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman,
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai, Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai.
Jaya Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopi Natha Madana Moha Shri Govinda Gopi Natha Madana Moha Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahava Keshighata Vamsi Bhata Dvadasha Kana Jahasa Balila Koilo Shri Nanda Nanda Shri Nanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsaga Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhiranaga Jaya Jaya Gopishwara Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhatu Dvijara Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jaan Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Vailo Govinda Chara Shira Samandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shah Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarva Manora Jaya Jaya Jwala Rasa Sarva Rasa Sar Paraki Abhave Jaha Vrajete Pracha Shri Janava Pada Padma Gauriya Smara Shri Janava Pada Padma Gauriya Smara Krishna Dasa Kohe Nama Sankirtan दीन कृष्ण दास कहे नाम संकीर्तन दीन कृष्ण दास कहे नाम संकीर्तन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram, Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gaurani Thai, Gaurani Thai, Gaurani Thai, Jaya Gaurani Thai.
All glories to Radha and Krishna and the divine forest of Vrindavan. All glories to the three presiding deities of Vrindavan, Shri Govinda, Gopinath, and Madana Mohan. All glories to Shamakund, Radhakund, Govardhan Hill, and the Yamuna River, Kalindi. All glories to the great forest known as Mahavan, where Krishna and Balaram displayed all of their childhood pastimes. All glories to Keshagat, where Krishna killed the Keshi demon. All glories to the Vamshi Vat tree, where Krishna attracted all the gopis to come by playing his flute. Glories to all the 12 forests of Vraj. At these places the son of Nanda, Sri Krishna, performed all of his pastimes. All glories to Krishna's divine father and mother, Nanda and Yashoda. All glories to the cowherd boys, headed by Sri Dam, the older brother of Srimati Radharani, and Ananga Manjari. All glories to the cows and the calves of Vraj. All glories to Radha's divine father and mother, Vrishabhanu, and the beautiful Ketida. All glories to Purnamshi, the mother of Sandipani Muni, grandmother of Madhu Mangal and Nandimukhi, and beloved disciple of Devarashi Narada. All glories to the young cowherd maidens of Vraj. All glories to Gopishvara Shiva, who resides in Vrindavan in order to protect the holy Dham. All glories to Krishna's funny Brahmana friend Madhu Mangal. All glories to Ramagat, where Lord Balaram performed his rasa dance. All glories to Lord Balaram, the son of Rohini. All glories to all of the residents of Vrindavan. All glories to the wives of the proud Vedic Brahmanas. All glories to the wives of the Kaliya serpent. Through pure devotion they all obtained the lotus feet of Lord Govinda. All glories to the place where the rasa dance of Sri Krishna was performed. All glories to Radha and Shyam. All glories to the divine rasa dance, which is the most beautiful of all of Lord Krishna's pastimes. All glories to the mellow of conjugal love, which is the most excellent of all rasas, and is propagated in Vraja by Sri Krishna in the form of the divine Parakya Bhav, Paramalav. Remembering the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda's consort Sri Janava Devi, this very fallen and lonely servant of Krishna sings the Sankirtan of the holy name.
Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai, that's it. Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sarma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sarma Bandamoi Savarana Mate Bandamoi Savarana Mate Tare Bai He Baba Tori Yahara Pran Tare Bai He Baba Tori Krishna Prapti Hoy Hoy Te Krishna Prapti Hoy Hoy Te Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitte Te Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitte Te Koriya Aikya Arna Kariyo Mane Asha Arna Kariyo Mane Asha Shri Guru Jarane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Jarane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Ye pasare pure sarvam asha Ye pasare pure sarvam asha Sagrada tilo ye janme pavu se Chakran tilo ye janme pavu se Divyagan diri pokashito Divyagan diri pokashito Prema Bhakti Avite Abhidabhinda Sayate Prema Bhakti Avite Abhidabhinda Sayate Vidagaya Haracharito Vidagaya Haracharito Guru Karuna Sindhu Haramata Naramandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Haramata Naramandhu Lokera Jivana Lokera Jivana Prabhu Koya Jaya, Nihamore Para Jaya. Prabhu Koya Jaya, Nihamore Para Jaya.
Tripurana Deveya Shri Tripurana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutare Themate Bhaktivedanta Manor Iti Namane Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutare Themate Bhaktivedanta Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesa Sunyavani Pastatari Satarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Hare Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasari, Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Jayam Vishnupada Vanamahansa Parivachacharya Astasara Shishi Maharaj's Divine Grace Desi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sakho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyam Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mathura Dham Ki Jai, Navadvip Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Jamuna Mai Ki Jai, Tulasi Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Sambhita Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premananda. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
By His grace, across the ocean of eternal suffering, obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from the Lotus Sutra. Attachment to the Lotus feet is the perfection of the fruitful desires. He opens my dark eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, the Lord of the Father. From Him insight and emanates. By Him ignorance is destroyed. The basics of the distinct character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy. Friend of the world and world's master of abilities. All masters and masters and masters. Give us the shade of the Lotus feet. Bring us the result of the world of the meditation. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I would like to humbly request all the devotees to sit down and prepare themselves for a wonderful class, which will be given by His Grace Yadavendra Prabhu. Haribo. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Anyone with children from 5 to 12-year-olds, we've got Bhagavatam reading for them in the old Prasadam room, the Bhakti Lounge just down there. Hare Krishna.
जयो राधा माधव जयो कुञ्ज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुञ्ज बिहारी जय गोपी जनवल्लभ जय गिरिवर धरी जय गोपी जनवल्लभ जय गिरिवर धारी जय यशोदानन्दन जय ब्रजजनरञ्जन जयो जमुना तीरा वनचारी जय कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
say the Mangalacharan and then we can speak the shlokas. You can say the Mangalacharan together because we don't have so much time. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskrityam Namateva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudiraye Nashtaprayesu Abhadresu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavate Rutam Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naistikim Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Jat Kripatamaham Bande Shri Guru Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Jayatam Surato Pango Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvasya Padam Bhojo Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohano Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Shila Govinda Devo Prestali Bhi Sevya Manosmarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Vamsi Vata Tatha Stitaha Karsan Venu Swanir Gopi Gopinatha Shriyastunaha Ajanulambito Bhujo Kanakavadato Sankirtane Kapitaro Kamayataksho Vishwambharo Dvijavaro Yugadharma Palo Vande Jagat Priyakaro Karunayavataro Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So the verse 2643 to 45, there's 3 verses, so I believe on the board. Yeah. Okay, so the first verse has been written. Okay. So we'll just recite the first verse in the audience, and then whoever wishes to follow can do so. And then the second 2 verses I'll just recite, and then I'll read the translation and some of the purport. Aham bhuvo yagya ime prajesha dakshadayo ye bhava dadayascha svarlokapala khagolokapala nirlokapala talalokapala. Anybody else who wants to recite the verse? Bhavo yajnai me prajeshaha Shadayo ye bhavatadayascha Swaralokapala khagalokapalaha Nirlokapala stalalokapalaha prajeshaha dakshadayo ye bhavadadayascha Svaralokapala Khagalokapala Vilokapala Tadalokapala. Anybody from the Mataji side? Aham bhavo yagyay me prajeshaha Dakshadayo ye bhavadadayascha Lokapala Kaghalokapala Nirlokapala Stala Lokapala. Okay, I'll read the other two shlokas. Gandharva Vidyadhara Charanesha Ye yaksha rakshoraganaganatha Ye varishinam rishabha pitrinam Daityendra Siddeshwara Danavendraha Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Shri Gornitai ki jai, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai. Anye chaye preta pisacha bhuta kushumanda yado marga pakshi adheshaha Yat kinchana loke bhagavan mahaswad orjashashwad balat shamavat Shri Hri Vibhuti Atmavad Adbhutarnam Tattvam Param Rupavad Asvarupam. Translation: I myself, Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, the great generators of living beings like Daksha Prajapati, yourselves, heavenly demigods like Indra and Chandra, the leaders of the Bhurlok planets, the leaders of the earthly planets, the leaders of the lower planets, the leaders of the Gandharva planets, the leaders of the Vidyadhar planets, the leaders of the Charanlok planets, the leaders of the Yakshas, Rakshas, and Urugas, the great sages, the great demons, the great atheists, the great spacemen, as well as the dead bodies, evil spirits, Satans, jinn, kushumandas, great aquatics, great beasts, great birds. In other words, anything and everything which is exceptionally possessed of power, opulence, mental and perceptual dexterity, strength, forgiveness, beauty, modesty, opulence, and breeding, whether in form or formless, may appear to be the specific truth and in the form of the Lord, but actually they are not so. They are only a fragment of the transcendental potency of the Lord. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. Those in the list given above, beginning from the name Brahmaji, the first living creature within the universe, down to Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, Narada, and other powerful demigods, men, supermen, sages, rishis, and other lower creatures of extraordinary strength and opulence, including the dead bodies, Satans, evil spirits, jinn, aquatics, birds, and beasts, may appear to be the Supreme Lord, but factually, none of them are the Supreme Lord. Every one of them possess only a fragment of the great potencies of the Supreme Lord. The less intelligent man is surprised to see the world, to see the wonderful actions of material phenomena, as the Aborigines are fearful of a great thunderbolt, a great and gigantic banyan tree, or a great lofty mountain in the jungle. For such undeveloped human beings, merely the slight display of the Lord's potency is captivating. Still, a still more advanced person is captivated by the powers of the demigods and goddesses. I won't read the full purport because it's a little bit long and we have quite short time. But Srila Prabhupada here opens up some very important points, and sorry, just 1 second. So first of all, as everyone knows, and you must have been following quite vigilantly, the whole Purusha Shukta in this chapter and the previous chapters is basically Sri Narad's frank questions to Lord Brahma. That we understand, everyone understands that you're a really great and magnificent personality. The fact that you can, you create the world, and the fact that you know exactly what's going to happen in the future of creation. Brahma has a lot of powers, and if we read the Srimad Bhagavatam, it's quite astounding how much power Lord Brahma has if we read closely. Sometimes we may think that because Lord Brahma has been presented as often in the context of trying to steal the cowherd boys, so going into illusion, and he doesn't have, one time he got attracted by his own daughter, all these things, right? So sometimes we think that, Brahma must be a creator, but he is also quite illusioned sometimes. But the truth is that Brahma is extremely powerful. He's worshipped by every single demigod every day. Every day it is mentioned that there is worship of Lord Brahma. And Brahma has two places. He has his, in Satyalok, he is seated there as his house, and then he goes onto Sumeru Parvat. There's a particular place, and that's where his office is. That's where he meets all the demigods. And even when Bhumi, Devi, for example, she was quite upset with what was happening on the earth, and she went to Lord Brahma. I'm forgetting the name of the place right now, but she went there first, and there was a discussion between Lord Brahma and the demigods that the situation is beyond our control, so let's go to the Lord. And they did a Purusha Shukta there as well. So Brahma's position is very powerful, and yet Narad Muni asks him very frankly that what's the purpose of creation? And we see that in the 5th chapter. All these questions are asked, and that chapter is called the cause of all causes, meaning the root of everything. And then in the 6th chapter, Srila Prabhupada calls it the Purusha Shukta confirmed. And that is a description of the Purusha. Purusha generally comes from two words, Puri, Shayanaha. Puri means a city, or Pur. Like, in India, there's Kanpur, Nagpur, Mayapur, right? So Pur means like a city, right? Jagannath Puri, right? This is the city of Lord Jagannath. And Sha comes from the word Shayanaha, which means to rest or to relax. So Puri Shayanaha, Purushaha. So Purushaha means that person who enters into a house or a city or a place, and then he rests over there. And because the Supreme Lord does that, in fact we can see like in that painting over there, you can see And you can see Karana Dakshai Vishnu. Karana Dakshai Vishnu, all the Vishnus, Karana Dakshai Vishnu, Garbha Dakshai Vishnu, Shiro Dakshai Vishnu, they all lie on bodies of water. So Odak means water, or Uda means water or liquid. So Karana Odak Shai, it's 3 words. So Karana Odak, so the causal ocean. And Shai means to rest. So Karana Dakshai, Garbha Dakshai, at the bottom then of each universe, in the Garbha, in the womb of each universe, Odak Shai. And then in the Shir Sagar as well. So this Purusha Shukta is basically and confirmed, is describing this same Purusha who is the cause of the entire creation, who lies at the bottom and is the force behind everything. It's confirmed that he is the Supreme Lord, because that's where Brahma finishes his treatise on describing, and he describes like a universal form. He's very frank over here. And he mentions so many different understandings and conclusions from this. And he mentions to Narad in this verse, if we see, he has quite a long verse, so commenting on the whole thing will be a little bit difficult. But he says, myself, Aham, Brahma, Bhava, Lord Shiva, Yagya, Lord Vishnu. So the interesting thing is that here it's actually mentioned that even Lord Vishnu in the form of Yagya. So he doesn't mention Vishnu, he mentions Yagya. So he is not the cause of all causes. Right? There's a slight understanding that we have to bring ourselves to realize, is that on one sense, Vishnu is non-different from Bhagavan. Sometimes we have too much distinction that, oh, Vishnu is not Krishna. Mentally, we know that in theory. But how do we come to understand that actually they're the same person? So sometimes Bhagavat makes them the same person or presents them as the same person. There's no difference. Even Parikshit Maharaj, when he's opening up the Srimad Bhagavatam in the 10th canto, he says, Vishnu Viryarini Samsanaha. He basically says to Shukadev Goswami that you've spoken so much about so many different dynasties and, all these things, but you haven't spoken really about Krishna. And then he says, Vishnu Viryani Samsana. So then the question is, shouldn't it be Krishna Viryani Samsana? But Vishnu means Sarvapnoti, Sarva Vyapnoti iti Vishnuha, which means that that person, though in one place, can expand into many places at the same time. Though situated in one place, expands into many places at the same time. That person is known as Vishnu. And so in the context of Krishna, why he's saying Vishnu Viryani? Viryani doesn't just mean, Vir means a warrior, but it also means activities. So that person who has done many activities in Vrindavan, in Mathura, and in Dwarka. Because although Krishna seemed to have moved from one place to another, he stayed in the same place, right? We hear the shlok often. Vrindavana parityaja ekapadam na gacchati. That Krishna doesn't leave Vrindavan. And even when Narad went to Krishna to request him that can you move from Vrindavan into Mathura, he spoke this very beautiful shlok which says, Krishna Krishna prame atma yogeshwara jagadishwaraha. Vasudeva Khilava Satvatam Pravara Prabhu, which means Krishna, Krishna. He was saying the name twice because he just made the so-called offense of having put Vasudev and Devaki back in jail. Vasudev and Devaki were in jail for some time when Shri Krishna was born. But then once Kans saw that a girl has been born and that was Durga, and she left, then he says, well, you know, this is some sort of a mystery, but anyway, you can go home now. And everything was fine from the perspective of Vasudev and Devaki. And when Narad Muni would observe Krishna's Leela, he would think to himself that Krishna's not going to go anywhere. He's so entrenched in the Vrindavan Leela, he doesn't look like he's even got one iota of a plan to leave. So then he went and the first thing he did was he presented a lotus flower to Kans. Kans said, thank you so much. What's this for? And he said, which petal is the first and which is the eighth? So he looked at it and he goes, you can't tell. So he goes, from Devaki's children, which one is the first and which one's the eighth? So then Kans understood. So then Kans, who used to think Narad was on his side, he said, what should I do? He said, put them back in jail. Can you imagine doing that? I don't think anyone sitting here would have the guts to be able to do something like that. But Narad is very fixed and pakka in his understanding of what needs to be done because he's known as the Manas avatar of Sri Krishna. He's the avatar of Krishna's mind. So anyway, Kans took all his advice from Narada. He goes, then what should I do? He goes, call those two boys, Krishna and Balaram. He set up the whole plan. Why? Because Narad wanted Krishna and Balaram now to come to Mathura and start their activities there. So the first thing he did was Krishna, Krishna, because it's mentioned by the acharyas that chanting the holy name of the Lord in Sanskrit, when something is mentioned twice, it means it's nirantar, it's always. So Krishna, Krishna, right? Which means that even offenses which sometimes Krishna can't forgive, the holy name will forgive it. So by saying it again and again, one indication, there's so many meanings behind this, but one indication is that may the holy name of yours forgive me for the offense of having put your parents in jail. And then he says, aprameyatma. In one sense, it means that no one can measure you. But what Narad means in that verse is, I just don't understand where your mind is even thinking about Mathura. I can't understand that. I know that you've been born for the purposes of going to do all your activities in Vrindavan, in Mathura, and in Dwarka. I know this. But I can't see any idea of a movement. So that's why he uses the word aprameya. Aprameya means immeasurable, and Atma can mean body sometimes, it can mean soul, it can mean mind. So Krishna, Krishna, aprameya Atma. Right? And then he said to him, Yogeshwara. So if Krishna was to say, so you want me to leave Vrindavan and all these activities, and you want me to move to Mathura, and he says, no, Yogeshwara. Just how yogis, though in one place, can be in many places at the same time. Right? In the same way, just you can continue your leelas over here, but just expand and start your activities in Mathura. And that's why we see that whole pastime of, in Akrur Ghat, where Krishna remained in Vrindavan and then another set went to Mathura. So the point is that sometimes different words are used in the Bhagavatam. Sometimes the word Vishnu is used, sometimes the word Yagya is used, sometimes just the word Purusha is used. Even the word Param Purush isn't used because you don't need to say, it's like when we say Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, you don't need to say that every single time. Like once you've said it enough times, the audience knows who you're referring to. that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So you just say Krishna. In the same way, not Param Purusha isn't used every single time. Sometimes Shukadev Goswami or Sutta Goswami used it for emphasis, but just sometimes Purusha was good enough. But in this context, the word Yagya, Yagya refers to the Lord in the form of sacrifice, in the form of everything that the living entity does to please the Lord in order to get out of karmic bondage. So we say, we see in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, Yagya artha karmano anyatra loko karma bandhanaha. Tad artham karma kaunteya mukta sangha samacharaha. So what that means is that you do everything for the purpose of yagya, sacrifice. There's different types of sacrifices, the fire sacrifice, but there's kirtan sacrifice, the sacrifice of the individual self, the sacrifice of the ego, the center. The whole purpose of bhakti is to remove ourselves from the center and bring Krishna into the center. And so therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, this is suggested very strongly, right? That anything you do for yourself, right? If you're the center, then anyatra karma. If you don't offer it as sacrifice in some way, there's karma bandhana. Good karma and bad karma binds you. But if you do tad artham, for the purpose of satisfying him, every action, whether you eat, whether you sleep, whatever it is, right? Even little things that you do, you can connect it with him. You can, it's like you can hook it to him, right? Then mukta sangha, then you're always freed from the reactions. So here it's mentioned something interesting, that the Lord yagya even, right? Because it says aham bhavo shiva yagya ime praja esha. So that means that the father of the living beings, Daksha, who are Daksha Adayaha. So Prajapati, Daksha, Marich, Manu. There's different progenitors mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam. These are all considered to be the fathers of mankind. And in this way, so many different types of people are listed over here. And Srila Prabhupada opens up something very important over here, is that there's some sort of a system of spiritual revelation. This especially works really well for those who are preachers, okay? Because sometimes when we preach, we're so enthusiastic as devotees that we want to take that new person from Shraddha to Prem in 1 hour, right? We've got so much enthusiasm within us, right? It doesn't matter if we don't have Prem, but that person should get it. Such is our enthusiasm, right? We want them to absorb everything. But we understand that people are at different stages, and you see what is someone's background first of all, right? So sometimes you see that if you look at like Aboriginal people, right? I come from Kenya. I live there, so I understand a little bit about the people there. So there is a tribe in Kenya, they're called the Kikuyus. And what the Kikuyus do traditionally is that they used to worship this mountain, and that mountain was called Ngai, right? And even now in Kenya, when someone does something astonishing, you hear a lot of people go, Ngai, like as in, oh my God. That's their equivalent, right? So here we say, oh my God, and people go, Ngai, right? Over there. And what that means is, oh my God, because Ngai is a mountain. Why the mountain? Because Srila Prabhupada says in the purport that whenever they see anything wondrous in nature, they worship it. Like Aboriginal people, when they see like a banyan tree, right? A huge banyan tree, they're like, wow. this must be a representative of the Lord. When they see the mountain, they see that rivers come from the mountain, so water comes, and by drinking water, we sustain ourselves. By water, things grow. So naturally, you worship that which you see in front of you, which is big and in some way benevolent. Right? So that's one progression. And then you go to certain tribes who may be a little bit more involved, and they worship ancestors, because perhaps their ancestors have come in some sort of a dream to reveal something to them. Like you'll see tribes, the son of a family will be very sick, and then they all do like a certain chant, and the village head gets a dream at night that, this is how to cure this child, And so there is some sort of a connection or an understanding that something higher exists. Bhaktivedanta Thakur, he says in the Chaitanya Shikshamrit that the first step in God realization is to accept an authority. Doesn't matter what that authority is, isn't it? Right? The first step, baby step, is to accept an authority, whether that authority is a tree or a mountain. Trees are amazing in the sense that they give shade. They give so many things. They give shade, they give fruits, they give leaves, they give flowers, whatever it is. But trees, in fact, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, right, we'll be quite astonished to know that Sri Krishna has praised trees the most. All right? Especially in the 15th chapter, which is called Killing of Dhenukasur, but is actually sweetly, this is the time where Krishna and Balaram enter the forest, and they get permission to herd the big cows now. Tatasya pauganda vayastito braje. So that's when the Pauganda Leela of Krishna starts, and then they enter the forest. Krishna enters the forest with Balaram, and the first thing is that Krishna comments on the trees of Vrindavan. Because he says that look at how glorious their lives are, that they tolerate everything. They tolerate all sorts of distressful conditions. Weather changes, they're still there. It's hot, like in England it's becoming really hot, the trees are there. The grass is all burnt, but the trees are still sort of greenish. But even no matter how hot this country becomes or any other country becomes, the tree will try its best to stand there, and it'll keep giving shade as much as possible. It'll give a place of rest. Sometimes it's so nice to sit under a tree, isn't it? I think most of us have done it. Sometimes when you sit under a tree, there's a different type of energy which comes to you. So all these things are indicating of some sort of thing that Aborigines, they worship, anything which is big. And then gradually, sometimes you'll get a powerful spiritual leader which comes into the mix, and he'll speak to the people. If he's understood something deeper about religion, he will speak to those same tribal people about higher spiritual principles, higher than just spirits. Like in Madagascar, most of the people, 40% maybe, are animistic, which means that they feel that everything has a spiritual connection. Rocks, trees, rivers, everything is in connection with the Lord. So we see that that's there, but as soon as some powerful person or a person with knowledge comes and preaches to them, talks to them, enlightens them, then they start to follow that person. And if that person happens to write a book as a way of guiding people in the future, so that even when I pass away, then we go to a higher phase, right? So then you see certain religions, they worship a book, a granth, right? And the people that follow it can become some sort of like guides, leaders, prophets, gurus, whatever you want to call it. And like this, eventually, it goes on to worshipping the universal form of the Lord, if you have more information in the scriptures. And eventually it's mentioned even here that ignorance comes from the back of the Supreme Lord, right? All types of ignorance are when the Lord, it come from his divine back, right? But those who are enlightened never see the back of the Lord, and never do they show their back to the Lord either, right? In fact, when Shri Krishna was eating his lunch with the cowherd boys, right? So technically speaking, right, like let's say this Prabhu is sitting over here, everyone sitting on that side will see his back, okay? But when Krishna was sitting, the question is, so that means people were behind him, but what if they wanted to see his face? Or some people maybe got a profile view, but what if they wanted to see both of his eyes, you know? But it's mentioned that the Lord did not have his back towards any cowherd boy. He was sitting right in front of every single one of them. This is the grandeur and the mystery of this of Golok. There is not even an iota of distance between the living entity and the Lord. It's mentioned that, backtracking to the trees of Vrindavan, when Krishna entered the forest, there is not a single tree which he missed out. Every tree, he ate every fruit that was offered. Sometimes we eat one apple and we're done, isn't it? Someone offers us like a massive fruit platter of prasad from the Lord, and you think, I'll just have one grape, or I'll have one piece of an apple, right? Sometimes at home, all these fruits are offered. How much of it can you eat? Isn't it? But the Lord ate every single fruit. The Lord picked every single flower. It's mentioned over there. And because he saw how happy the cowherd boys were, he expanded himself into every single part of the forest with the cowherd boys together. And so gradually we come to the, slowly there's a gradual revelation, and finally this realization that the Supreme Lord, Bhagavan Shri Krishna, is actually the sum and substance of everything. We don't realize we may not realize, I don't mean to superimpose an idea, but we may not realize sometimes how fortunate we are being in this movement, because it's like we've been taken from just, before we knew it, many of us, we were just transplanted by the potency of Srila Prabhupada in this movement right onto the highest conception. But those who are preachers can really appreciate their position, right? I'm sure you can understand, because sometimes the ideas that people have when they don't have the knowledge of the Bhagavad and the Gita, and the difficulty of bringing one person to fully understand the philosophy of Vaishnava Bhakti is so difficult. That's when you appreciate. Sometimes you don't appreciate your own family until you leave your family and sometimes go outside, or you think, oh, my parents are whatever, my children are whatever, but you don't appreciate them until you actually have an outside experience. So this understanding that Krishna is the Supreme Lord, that really becomes beautiful in contrast when you're dealing with people who have very different understandings of what the Supreme Lord is, right? And Srila Prabhupada mentions scientists even as being worshippers of Shakti, great power, right? In India, they worship it in the form of Durga, but scientists are some tributary from that, is that wherever they see great power, they worship it. And we've become so fascinated with what we can do, right? If you told someone 150 years ago that, you can, you'll be able to see someone in America and talk to them on a device which is this big, whilst you're sitting in India or in England, they wouldn't believe you. So we've become so fascinated by what we can do, how we can change all these things. So this is some sort of a worship. It's a representation of worship of power. And so just like I said, because of time, I wasn't able to, speak as much as I wanted to. But this gradual revelation is it's very beautiful for us to understand about Sri Krishna. In the Bhagavatam, it's mentioned in 1:2:1. It takes time for a lot of people to come to this when they're not from the Vaishnava or the Hare Krishna background. And that's why the Srimad Bhagavatam speaks so much sometimes about this point, because Srila Prabhupada has understood. He comes from a background where all these different types of philosophies are coming in, and there's different people. And the Bhagavatam presents it nicely. Vadanti tat tattva vidams tattvan yad jnanam advayam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavad eti sabhyate. Right? That these three revelations, brahmeti, brahm means that which is big, that which is beyond, that which is spiritual. Paramatmeti is obviously that which is the function of the witness of the Lord in the heart of every living entity, and the Paramatma of the universe. And finally you come to this revelation of Bhagavan. And when you do, that's the game changer. Okay? And today, being Julhan Yatra, I thought I would share something a little bit, just 2-3 minutes more, about Julhan. And Julhan Yatra is obviously, we all know it as the swing pastime, and it's very nice that this Jai Radhe, Jai Krishna, Jai Vrindavan bhajan is sung. The original Julhan Yatra actually happens in Barsana. I think everyone has heard of Barsana, right? So in Barsana, there's 4 places, 4 prominent places. And so they're known as, first place is called Bhangarh, Bhanugarh. And that's the palace of Rishabhanu Maharaj, where the Shriji temple is today. Okay? Then there is Vilasgarh. Vilasgarh, I believe, is where the Jaipur Mandir is, the Jaipur temple. Then there's Mangarh. Mangarh is where the Man Leelas happen. Man Leela means when Srimati Radharani sometimes becomes a little bit upset with Sri Krishna because of his behavior, so she goes into a state of Man. So at this time, especially during the Julhan, where did this Julhan Leela start? What is the original Leela, the first Leela that happened? So in short, that Leela is that Srimati Radharani gets married and moves to Yavat. She was born in Barsana, she grew up in Barsana, but then she gets married and moves to Javat. In Javat, during this time, especially during the month of Shravan, there is a tradition that daughter-in-laws go to the house of their mothers. Maiya ke paas jate hain, right? As they say in Hindi, they go to their mothers. So, at this time, Radharani, because she's away from Sri Krishna for such a long period of time, her mood becomes a little bit more grave. And so when she comes to Barsana, especially in this place called Vilasgarh, right? She sits there, and there at Vilasgarh, the Sakhis the gopis make like a very beautiful swing for Srimati Radharani, and they place her, and to make her feel better, they're swinging her, and they're trying to sing songs to make her feel so good about the situation. And that's how to please someone, right? When you sing with them, you joke with them, bring them back to some sort of a happy state. But then Radharani, because of not having darshan of Krishna, right? So this is the Leela of Radha Gokulananda, right? Sometimes it's good to know about the intricacies of a person, some spotlight a little bit, because Indra Prabhu once said, if you really love someone, we see that in this world, you want to know everything about them. in magazines sometimes, even celebrities, you can see, right? Even what they eat, you want to know because you're so attracted to them. And you want to know what house do they live in? How do they enter their house? What time do they have a shower, right? Just little things, right? You become obsessed for no reason, So in the same way, we should also be a little bit obsessed about Krishna, to know his intricacies, his intimacies, not in that way, but in the way of knowing as much as we can about him. So anyway, that time, Radharani is not so happy. And then just then, at this place called Sankri Kor, where two hills meet. I think if you've been to Barsana, this is a place where so many different types of leelas happen. The Dangad, also it's called there, right? The Dan Leela happens there. So at that time, Krishna comes, right, but he's dressed as a gopi, right? And he's pulled his veil completely down because that's Braj culture and don't reveal themselves. But he's dark in color, right? Kala. So this Kala gopi comes walking through Dangad, and all from Vilasgarh you can see it. So all the gopis are seeing that who's this dark gopi coming towards us? Generally gopis are quite bright, There's one or two which take Krishna's complexion, Shama Gopi, Sham Sakhi. But generally, they're all very fair complexions. So there's this, who is this? And then Krishna comes into Vilasgarh. And then Lalita Devi says, our Shriji, she's not in a really happy mood these times. So maybe if you sit with her, right, then you'll feel better. She'll feel better because you're someone new. Maybe you can talk to her, help her a little bit. So then this new gopi says okay, right? So they place her and then they start swinging. And what happens is because Krishna is next to Srimati Radharani, everything's new in Vrindavan, every time. So Krishna's heartbeats start increasing. Right? In one sense, in the Shastra, in the Vedas, Bhagavati says he has no inside, he has no outside, all these things. But suddenly Krishna has a heartbeat over here, right? So his heartbeat starts increasing. And then it comes to such a point where they're swinging them that he faints. And when Krishna faints, he actually faints, right? It's not a feint, but he actually faints in ecstasy. And he falls and he places his head on Srimati Radharani. And so the Sakhis get so worried, Radharani gets worried, and she says, can you just see what's happened to her? And then they all try and normally when you faint, the first thing is you check the heartbeats. So then they try to check the heartbeats, but they find something really hard on his chest. They're like, what's this? So one of the Sakhis puts her hand into the blouse and she pulls out a flute. And they're like, oh, right, now we know who this is, right? So then, they revive him, then it becomes very funny, then it becomes very joyful. And then Radha and Krishna, then eventually beautiful songs are sung of extreme praise and worship. So that is some darshan into the original swinging pastimes that happen. And they swing in so many places. There's a place in Radhakund where they swing, and Krishna does so many different types of activities because he's Rasik, so he's always churning out something new. Yeah. So anyway, I think I've gone over time a little bit, but I think we have 3 minutes. Okay. If anyone has any questions, then rather than maybe asking them now, I'll hang around for 10 minutes after the class, in case anyone has something. But otherwise, I would like to take these 3 minutes to, first of all, offer my obeisances to Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. He came to our house very kindly just a few months ago. At that time he was still Sutapa Prabhu. But it was so nice having him home. I felt like one of the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had walked in when he came. I'm sure a lot of you feel like that as well. And he was, we attended his classes, and just hearing them made us feel so happy in our heart. not just what he was saying, but how he was saying it, what he's representing. And so it's a great honor for us to be sitting here with him, and just wanting to thank him for inviting us to speak. I wanted to thank my Guru, His Holiness Radha Govind Maharaj. I think we all agree that without knowledge coming from our predecessors, we can't really speak anything, right? So all knowledge, so much knowledge comes from him and Srila Prabhupada. I want to offer my gratitude to all the senior Vaishnavas here, and finally to our most senior Vaishnav Shiksha Guru, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama